Hallelujah. Great is your mercy towards me. Up there. Your loving kindness towards me. Jesus, your tender mercies I see every day after day. Always providing. Yes, Lord. Sing to the Lord tonight. Say, oh, great is your grace. Everybody raise your voice and say, great is your mercy. Now, how you come? Talk to God. Your loving kindness towards me, Lord. Joe, your tender mercy, I can see it day after day, day after day. Faithful towards me, Lord God. Always providing everything I need, Lord. Great is, great is your son. Great is your mercy towards me. Your loving kindness towards me. Your tender mercies I see day after day. Forever faithful towards me. You always provided for me. Where would I be without you? Great is your mercy towards me. Great is your grace.
Great is your mercy towards me. Your loving kindness towards me, Lord. Your tender mercies I do see day after day. Towards me, Lord. And you're always providing for me. Great is your mercy towards me. Great is your grace. Great is your mercy towards me. Your loving kindness towards me. Your tender mercies I see day after day after day. Forever faithful toward me, Jesus. You're always providing for me. Great is your mercy. Great is your mercy, God. Great is your mercy towards me.
Your loving kindness towards me. Oh, your tender mercy. Day after to unfaithful me. And I don't know why, Lord God. Great is your mercy towards me. Great is your hallelujah. Good morning, everyone, and welcome. My name is Pastor Errol Williams from Cara Production. It's such an honor and a privilege to be with you here today to celebrate the life of the one and only Patricia Merle Clemetson, also known to many as Pat. One extraordinary person that we're here to celebrate. So I want to say good day to everyone watching across the United Kingdom, Jamaica, America, Europe, and many other places around the world. Thank you so much for joining us. You're there on the website. We want to say welcome to you and thank you so much. At the moment, we are waiting for the family to arrive and for the funeral directors to be in place. And as soon as they arrive, we will bring those pictures to you. But in the meanwhile, I just want to give you some information to get you relaxed and to feel comfortable. We're going to be here up until around 4 o'clock, so please do stay with us. Don't go. Do stay with us as we celebrate the beautiful, beautiful, and wonderful Miss Pat. And we're going to do that today in style. Please do go ahead and leave a comment, a prayer, a thought, a poem in the chat room. Hopefully we'll be able to read a few of those later. Also, you can download the order of service on the website there and follow the service as we go through. So thank you so much for being with us today to join in the celebration of this beautiful, beautiful woman of that we're here to celebrate. Don't forget to leave your comment in the chat room, download the program, and we will indeed bring those pictures to you. We're waiting for the family to arrive and the funeral director as well. And as soon as they come, we will bring those pictures to you. Now, here's a quote from the family. She held us all together without ever needing recognition. She held us all together. If you are good people, she would say, you are family. I like that, actually. If you are good people, then you are family. Her kindness shaped every life that she touched. And Mahatma Gandhi once said, the best way to find yourself is to lose yourself in the service to others. And that's exactly what she did right there in the heart of Manchester. We're going to hear so much about her today in the eulogy, in the tributes, and also in the comments that will be shared from you as well right there on the website. So please, please don't forget to leave your comments right there in the website, and we will actually bring some of those into the production later. So thank you once again. As I said before, my name is Pastor Errol Williams from Cara Production, and we are indeed honored to be entrusted with the opportunity to live stream this great, great service today of a beautiful, beautiful woman. And she certainly was beautiful. I can't give you any secrets yet as to what, who she was, but that will come out as we go through, waiting for the eulogy and for those tributes. So we're going to continue with the celebration until the cameramen and women are in place with the funeral director and the family. Bridge over troubled waters.
When you're weary, your eyes, I will drive them all. I'm on your side. Oh, when times get rough and friends just can't be found, like a bridge over troubled water, I will lay you down. Yes, I will. Oh, when you're down and out, when you're on the street, when evening falls so hard, I will comfort you. Oh, yes, I will. I'll take your part. Whoa, when darkness comes and pain is all around, like a bridge over troubled water, I will lay me down like a bridge over troubled water. Oh, I will lay me down. Yeah, I will lay me down. Oh, yes, I will. Whenever you need me, whenever you need me, I'm gonna come on running. Woo. Whenever you need me, I'm gonna come running. Oh. So sail on, silver girl, sail on by. Your time has come to shine, and all your dreams, they're on their way. Oh, yes, they are. See how they shine. Oh, if you need a friend, I'm gonna be sailing right behind, like a bridge over troubled water.
Follow the action, babe. Right, pass it over.
Har de aldrig varit på? Nej. Ja, vi gör. Varför? De fattar det inte. Vilken var jag nu?
Welcome again, everyone, and thank you so much for being with us. As you can see, the family are dancing and celebrating the life of Miss Pat, and it's such an honor to be here with you. She lived a life overflowing with great, great kindness. You know, her life was defined by kindness that flowed naturally from her heart. You know, she showed care through her actions, gentle presence, and calm, reassuring spirit, bringing comfort to everyone that was around her. You know, her kindness really shaped her home, her family, her friendship, and the wider community. She lifted spirits, encouraged hearts, offered peace in difficult moments, and carried herself with a warmth that people never forgot. You know, her example teaches us that kindness is not just a gesture, but a powerful gift that can change lives, strengthen relationships, and leave an influence that lasts for generations to come. And so we are here with it, just to celebrate and to give thanks and honor and praise. The family says she was the heartbeat of our community. Her kindness was her strength. In a world where you can be anything, be kind, she would say. No act of kindness, no matter how small, is ever, ever wasted. So here we are to celebrate the life of the beautiful Miss Pat. Beautiful soul, a wonderful person. She gave everything that she could to her family and to her community. And what a person she was. So here we are, the family are gathered to make that final journey, as indeed we make our way over to the church where she will be, the service will be held at the Christ Church in Monton Street, Mustside. And then we'll be moving on to the cemetery at Southern Cemetery, Old Side, that is on Barlow Moor Road. And we give God thanks, we give him honor, and we give him praise for a life that was well lived, a life that supported others. You know, the scripture says, train up a child in the way they should go, and when they're old, they will not depart from it. You know, her early years shaped her into a woman of courage, a woman of responsibility and grace. She grew up in a home full of love and values and support. You know, even from a very young age, she learned to care for others and took on that responsibility with strength and also with dignity. You know, these lessons prepared her for every season that followed. And really, it did lay the foundation for the woman that many people came to admire here in Manchester. The family says she grew up shaped by her mom's kindness. Responsibility came early, yet she carried it with grace. Strength is not found in ease, but in overcoming. You know, Bob Marley once said, you never know how strong you are until being strong is your only choice. And so we are honored today to celebrate the life of this remarkable, remarkable woman.
You are so beautiful. To me, to me. Can't you see? Everything I hope for, you're everything I need. You are so beautiful to me. You are so beautiful. To me, you are so beautiful. To me, can't you see? You're everything I hope for. Everything I need. You are so beautiful to me.
Dear Grandma, it's been a while since I've written to you. I don't even know if they got a mailbox up there, but if they do, I hope this finds you. I've been doing everything you said I would, chasing dreams, staying prayed up, trying to be strong like you taught me. But some nights I just miss you. So this one's for you. I've been talking to the stars, hoping one of them is you. I still see your face in my dreams, hear your voice when I pull through. They don't know what it took to get here, all the tears you wiped from my eyes. You said, baby, pain don't last forever. Now I'm learning to ride. They clap for me, I smile through the noise, but I traded all to hear your voice. Every wind feels half as bright without you in the light. I'm writing this letter to heaven, hope the angels read it to you tonight. Tell you I'm doing better, so trying to make it proud, still getting it right. I can feel your love from miles away, still guiding me, still lighting my way. This letter to heaven is how I say I wish you were here. I keep your picture by my bed, and your Bible on my shelf. Some days I read your notes out loud, just to hear myself. You said faith would carry me farther than fear ever could. And Grandma, I finally get it, you were right, it's all good. Hey, hey. You hear my name, but they don't know. I'm standing on the seed you sowed. Every stage, every light, you're still by my side tonight. I'm writing this letter to heaven, hope the angels read it to you tonight. Tell you I'm doing better, so trying to make you proud, still getting it right. I can feel your love from miles away, still guiding me, still lighting my way. This letter to heaven is how I say I wish you were here. Hope heaven lets you hear this, 'cause every note, every word is all for you. Sending this letter to heaven with every
But they don't know you like we do.
About being quick.
And this part's never in a rush.
She's famous for being like,
Exactly.
there's loads of ways we could have gone for it, but we've got to go. We could have won off in it, we won off.
This is for my people who just lost somebody. Your best friend, your baby, your man or your lady. Put your hand way up high. We won't ever say bye. No, no, no. Mamas, daddies, sisters, brothers, friends, and cousins. This is for my people who lost their grandmothers. Lift your hand to the sky, 'cause we won't ever say bye. As a child, there were them times I didn't get it, but you kept me in line. I didn't know I didn't show up sometimes on Sunday mornings, and I missed you. But I'm glad we talked through all them grown folk things separation brings. You never let me know it, you never let it show, because you loved me, and obviously there's so much more left to say. If you were with me today, face to face, never knew I could hurt like this. And every day life goes on. I wish I could talk to you for a while. Wish you better try not to cry as time goes by. And it's true that you reached a better place. Still, I give the world to see your face. And be right here next to you, but it's like you're gone too soon. Now the hardest thing to do is say bye, 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 bye. And you never got a chance to see how good I've done. And you never got to see me back at number one. I wish that you were here to celebrate together. I wish that we could spend the holidays together. I remember when you used to tuck me in at night with a teddy bear you gave me that I held so tight. I thought you were so strong you'd make it through whatever. It's so hard to accept the fact you're gone forever. I never knew I could hurt like this. And every day life goes on. I wish I could talk to you for a while. Wish you better try not to cry as time goes by. And it's true that you reached a better place. Still, I give the world to see your face. And be right here next to you, but it's like you're gone too soon. Now the hardest thing to do is say bye, bye.
driving force in my life. Yeah. There isn't anything or anyone that I could be, and it just wouldn't feel right. Never didn't have you by my side. Oh, you were there for me to love and care for me when skies were gray. Whenever I was down, you were always there to comfort me. And no one else can be what you have been to me. You will always be, you will always be the girl in my life for all time. Mama, mama, you know I love you. Ooh, you know I love you, mama. Mama, you're the queen of my heart. Your love is like tears from the stars. Yes, it is. Mama, I just want you to know, loving you is like food to my soul. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Oh, yes, it is. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Oh, you're always down for me, have always been around for me, even when I was bad. You showed me right from my wrongs. Yes, you did. And you took up for me when everyone was down on me. You always did understand. You gave me strength to go on. There were so many times looking back when I was so afraid, and then you come to me and say to me I could face anything, and no one else can do what you've done for me. You'll always be, you will always be the girl in my life. Ooh, oh, mama. Mama, you know I love you. You know I love you. You know I love you. Mama, ooh. Mama, you're the queen of my heart. You are. Your love is like tears from the stars. Your love is like tears from the stars. Mama, I just want you to know. Want you to know, loving you is like food to my soul. Never gonna go a day without you. Fills me up just thinking about you. I'll never go a day without my mama. You know, mama, you know. Loving you is like food to my soul. Oh, yeah. You are the food to my soul. Yes, you
Nobody can say no when they say
Even my guy is like, yo, when he's running, you know, shit, when he's nothing's not working, I'm like, yo, it's a roadblock, yo.
nobody can say
Please, we're back from the beginning. Nice one, really, man. Really good luck to the road, man.
for a very quick second.
Me too, please.
Is it hard? Last time I won massive. Especially the best dancer. Oh, I remember.
You're missing you.
I'll find a way to get through. Living without you. 'Cause you were my sister, my strength, and my pride. Only God may know why. Still, I will get by. Who would have known that you'd have to go so suddenly, so fast? How could it be that our sweet memories would be all that we have left? And now that you're gone, every day I go on, but life's just not the same. I'm so empty inside, and my tears I can't hide. But I'll try to face the pain, though I'm missing you. I'll find a way to get through. Living without you. 'Cause you were my sister, my strength, and my ground. Only God may know why. Still, I will get by.
There were so many
Just face each other for now. Good to see you, my friend. Yeah, but good to see you. Okay, gents, you ready to go? We're ready to go. Okay. We receive the body of our sister Patricia with confidence in God the giver of life, who raised the Lord Jesus from the dead. With this water we call to mind Pat's baptism. As Christ went through the deep waters of death for us, so may he bring us to the fullness of resurrection life with Pat and all the redeemed.
Yes, yes.
Please sit down. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Christ Church on this very sad occasion, on a very cold morning, but I think there's a lot of warmth in the room today. I know we haven't got enough seats for everybody. If you want to move down, please do. There are some seats in the Lady Chapel, although the view's not very good. But if you need to sit down, then do. Is there any room up in the quiet stalls, or are we full? We're full. But wherever you want to sit, wherever you're comfortable, there's no-go areas. You're all very welcome in this place. My name is Father Richard, and I'm the rector here at Christ Church, and it's my great privilege to be able to conduct today's funeral service for Pat. Pat and I met very briefly when I was installed here as rector. I can't remember what we talked about, but I do remember meeting her. As soon as I saw the photograph of her, I went, yes, I remember. So I didn't think I'd be doing this so soon after meeting her. I hope you all feel comfortable and can join in today's service. I know we've got lots of tributes to listen to, and anybody who comes up to do tributes, speak into the microphone. As you can tell, it's very sensitive, and still speak up. We're also going to be hearing some musical pieces to accompany our worship today and to lead us in singing. I hope you've all got a copy of the service sheet. We've got some good hymns as well. So as we take a moment before we sing our first hymn, we open with prayer. God of all time and space, you know us and love us and put your love into our hearts. As we gather together to remember Patricia, help us to feel our hearts filled with her love, our lives touched by her presence, and our souls renewed by the hope we have in the promises of heaven. We ask this in the name of the risen Lord. Amen. So we're going to sing our first hymn. I hope you're all in fine voice. There's enough of us to make a good noise for Patricia before the Lord. Would you please stand to sing this great favourite, Abide With Me.
Me
said, we have many tributes and eulogies to hear today. And to start us off, we're going to hear from Joan and Ava. I've just had a... Can we clap it now? I've just had a request that when we hear the tribute, not to clap. Is that all right? Thank you.
Morning everyone, my name is Ava and this is Joan. I'm Joan. We are here today with heavy hearts, yet full of love, to celebrate the life of Patricia Clementson, our Pat. Pat was many things, but above all she was a great woman, defined by her kindness, her quiet style and her unwavering devotion to family. She was, quite simply, the heartbeat of our community, someone who held us together without ever needing recognition for it.
I'd like to just say we're both very deeply honoured to be asked to deliver the eulogy today for Auntie Pat. She grew up in Moss Side on Parkfield Street and Heslington Street, in a neighbourhood that was a loving blend of black, Asian and white communities. That welcoming spirit came straight from her mum's home, where everyone was welcome for a game of dominoes or a brandy, provided they had kindness in their heart. This is where Pat developed her life's defining philosophy, inherited from her mother, Amy. If you're good people, you're family. Their home was happy, full of jokes, cousins and family outings, but Pat was called to responsibility early. When her mum became ill, Pat selflessly put aside her own dream of becoming an air hostess so she could look after her younger sisters. In doing so, she began developing the quiet strength and selflessness that everyone knew would later come to rely on.
Pat built her first family with her husband, Ruddy, her partner in life and community, becoming the devoted parents of Neville and Lavinia. Together, they didn't just run businesses, they established cultural hubs like the Robin Hood, the Nile, the Western, the Edinburgh and the Mayflower. These weren't just drinking spots, they were safe places where the Caribbean and the Commonwealth communities could relax, dance and generally at home. It's a wonderful touch that the classic blue Mercedes that carries her today is a nod to those early foundational days. Heartbreakingly, Pat faced immense loss early. She lost Ruddy prematurely to blood cancer, leaving her with 2 young children. Not long after, in 1992, her mum Amy also passed away. With the support of her mum's sister Vera and the wider family, Pat found the strength to carry on. She stepped quietly but firmly into the role of matriarch. She ensured the extended family became a strong foundation, not just for Neville, Lavinia and Amy, but for everyone's children. The pub became the location for family parties, bringing together Auntie Vera and Auntie Ione's children from London and Bradford, and welcoming new family members like Della and Celia. She was truly everyone's Auntie Pat. She famously picked up everyone's children from school. Pat's a little late sometimes, but she was never too late to care, and she always showed up. Pat found love and companionship again with Tash. Together they welcomed her 3rd child, Amy, and Pat embraced her role as stepmother to Kim, Andrew, Danielle and Natalie. With warmth and ease, she joined the wider Ricketts family, continuing her lifelong commitment to building a bigger, stronger, more loving, extending network.
Pat truly thrived as the landlady of the Weston, the Big Weston. It was here that she solidified a legacy, and what a legacy, as a facilitator of the community. The Weston was a genuine hub, home to funerals, christenings and parties for the black community, who often had few places to gather. Old and new generations of Jamaicans flocked there for a taste of home and a gentle introduction to British life. But Pat's heart was too big to exclude anyone. You would hear Asian drummers practicing upstairs, as we did today. See punk gigs and Irish funerals going on, a true cultural melting pot. Pat respected both aspects of who she was, her Jamaican heritage and where she grew up in Manchester. I would sum that up as fish and chips and curry go. She held them both close, fiercely proud of her Jamaican roots and equally devoted to Man City, and fish and chips, as I said. She brought major names to black music to the community, including Tony Matterhorn, Gregory Isaacs, Shawnee B, filling the Weston with culture and life. That energy, that open door, and that spirit of absolute welcome is the gift she gave us all.
She welcomed her first grandson, Raheem, in 2003. His arrival changed her world, bringing a joy that was indescribable and inspiring her to spend more time with her family. The arrival of Doris balanced the household, and Pat's dream of having 3 grandsons was completed with the arrival of Zenon in 2004. In her later years, she cherished family, making lasting memories on 2 recent family holidays, celebrating a nephew's wedding in the Dominican Republic and her niece's wedding in Spain. Even after leaving the pub, Pat continued to nurture her community. Her Avon orders were collected right up until the last month. Her simple, practical way of staying connected, helping people treat themselves, and making sure all the annual perfumes and aftershaves for her nieces and nephews were sorted.
Those Avon books, whenever we visited Pat,
cost us a fortune.
Yeah. Oh, fair enough, we got chicken soup, but
yeah.
The booklet went right on your lap every time. She was a devoted mother, grandmother, sister, auntie and friend, indeed. She was loving, reliable, protective and always present. Her life was proof that life is created by love, consistency and kindness, not just blood. She gave us a network of people shaped by her influence, her steadiness and her generosity. She showed us that one great woman can build generations of belonging. She loved deeply and left us all richer than she found us. And I'd just like to read 2 little verses from the Proverbs of Solomon, which I found this morning. Strength and honour are her clothing, and she shall rejoice in time to come. She openeth her mouth with wisdom, and in her tongue is the law of kindness. She looketh well to the ways of her household, and eateth not the bread of idleness. Her children arise up, and call her blessed. Her husband also, he praiseth her. Many daughters have done virtuously, but thou excellest them all. Favour is deceitful, and beauty is vain. But a woman that feareth the Lord, she shall be praised. Give her of the fruit of her hands, and let her own works praise her in the gates. Thank you, Pat. We'll miss you.
Thank you, Pat. Finish very, very soon. Sorry, just one moment. Okay. Pat was a focal point in her family, a matriarch for both family and friends, and she was someone you could turn to, someone you could rely on, someone who would support you. In her house, the door was always open. This was a woman that you looked up to, a businesswoman, well known, well liked, well loved in the community. Everyone knew Pat, and if you didn't know her personally, then you had a friend or relative that knew her. You only have to look around the church today, the amount of people here. This is a testament to how much Pat was loved and respected. Pat was always so positive, always smiling, and that's how I will always remember her. Reminiscing with Lavinia the other day about the Western, and I remember sort of like one family Christmas with the community. I was with my daughter, she was only 3 at the time, and she saw her first Black Father Christmas walk in, looking very, very puzzled. And I looked at her and she says to me, "Mummy, I don't think that's Father Christmas." So I said, "Why don't you think that's Father Christmas?" And she says, "There's no snow on his boots." Lavinia, Joan and myself were laughing, and we know if Pat was there, she would be laughing too. I just want to end this now by just reciting a quote. To never Lavinia, Amy, Raheem, Reese, Zenon, Rose, and to all Pat's family, we never lose those we love. They continue. Participate in every thought, decision, and act that we make. God bless you, Pat. I will miss you. We will all miss you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, ladies. If I ever get stuck as to what to write for a sermon on Sunday morning, give me your numbers. Thank you for that. We're going to hear from the Emmanuel Singers. I know there's all sorts of medley of things that you're going to sing. Is there this morning? Do come up to the front.
Morning, everyone. So good morning, everyone. That's it. Okay, from what I've heard, Patricia was a loving, caring, somebody who cared for her community. So I believe that that life should truly be celebrated today. So we're going to sing some celebratory songs, and I'd like you, songs that you will all know, and I'd like you all to stand, clap your hands, and celebrate her as if she is here in the flesh. Amen? Right, okay, let's stand, everyone. We're going to start by singing, "Hear my cry, O Lord."
When my heart is overwhelmed.
lots of actions in it. And I want to see you woke up a little bit now. Praise the Lord. I thought I was in Winslow. But anyway. It's soon be done with troubles and trials. You know our sister has not got any more troubles and trials. Yeah? She's there and she's dancing. If she's made her peace with her Lord, she is dancing and she's at peace. And if she was to look down, she go, hold on a minute. Hold on. Is my family celebrating me? Are my people truly celebrating me? So I need you to just celebrate, okay? We've all got on our fur coat. We're all right, we're all, okay? It's soon be done with troubles and trials. It's soon be done. So that when you go home tonight, you can talk about the joyous time we had celebrating this beautiful lady. So I'm going to sing it one more time, and just follow me, just do the actions, and then I'm going to sing one that the family has requested, okay? All right, are we ready? Yeah, are you ready? All right, let's go.
Emmanuel Singers. So please be seated. So we're going to carry on with our tributes. Rose and Mandy.
Yes. Greetings, everybody. I greet everybody in that name of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. Definitely. I'm telling you, I'm overwhelmed. Looking at everybody. 3-4 generations. I'm Rose.
I'm Mandy.
I'm the one that followed Pat. We did everything together. I mean everything. She took me to school. She waited for me. We went park. She used to do brownies, but I didn't stick to brownies. She stick to it. She became a guide, you know. She was a sister that got on with a lot of people. She was a people's person. Definitely. We went to clubs together, Mossad Youth Club, not no dancehall club. We started out at the youth club and it was called Mossad Youth Club. And she liked doing hair and makeup. We played netball, rounders. She was just my best friend. And I know everybody in here will have a story somehow to say something about her. Things that I probably won't know. I'll continue. Go on, Mandy.
On the spot, as it were. So there'll be a lot of people who don't necessarily see the three of us together on a regular basis. But what was really good for me is, I think it was referenced in the eulogy, Pat was a sister, indeed. You know, we're all coming to this world and we're given a role, mother, daughter, friend, and she embraced it fully. You know, I watched them two as my older sisters, and it was lovely to watch. I had my own things going on, but my sister's a sister. So much so that we wouldn't be stood here today had it not been for the sacrifice of my big sister. And when you know somebody now, we talk about qualifications and what people want to do, and everybody talks about, it's all about me and where I'm going and what my future looks like. Pat has never been a my, she's always been a we. Always been a we, even when I didn't know what that looked like. So, when my mum became ill, and there was a decision of, does Rose and Mandy go into care, Pat gave up her whole dreams, and she'd actually got in. Just imagine, for that to happen nowadays, it would be one-off. And whilst I was young and growing up, I didn't understand that sacrifice, because we don't. It's called living and learning. And that's why it's wonderful to see so many people here, because it's called community. My sister was a seer. She was a seer. She saw what community can and should be. She learned from my mum, as was said in the eulogy. But my sister took my mum's vision and she took it elsewhere. My sister did things that she'll never get an MBE for. Nobody's going to crown her.
True so.
Right? She never got a grant, but children went and had parties. She'd have a little bag, she had a little leather bag, and the kids usually stuck in the car because she had a bag of food for somebody that she knew was sick, somebody she knew was lonely, and she'd be driving around with these kids that somebody else had entrusted them with, and she'd be dropping off food to people's houses. And sometimes when I was younger, and I'd ask her for a lift, I'd go, this is a long tea, man. Long tea. Because it was. We'd be sat in that car sometimes, 45 minutes, an hour, and it was nothing to her. She'd just go, such and such a body. Alright? I didn't know who such and such a body was. There's lots of them here today, I'm sure. So my sister was a seer. And in being a seer, We walked here today. When we walked here, we walked past our old house, our old street of yesteryear. And there'll be people here who have memories of what it was like to live like that. You know, we were fortunate to live on a street, I would say there was no profession that wasn't there. They weren't all qualified, but they supported each other. The Mr. Malcolms, the Clarks, the Gibsons, and there was every colour, every creed, and we all got on well together. It was the Sings at the bottom of the road, and we learnt to embrace that as young people growing up. So we're all different, very different as sisters, but we do have certain things that are very similar. And one of the things that we do love is community. You lot might not see me, my community could be elsewhere. I've got a very transient community. But Pat and Rose were very much at the middle of this one. And in doing so, what they've managed to do is demonstrate how amazing you are. Not just themselves, you are and what you can do. My sister, I remember when the new phone boxes came out, Oliver was taking the phone box out of the pub, and everybody had the mobile. And I said, Pat, what's wrong with you? And she went, it's the people, Mandy. I said, what people? Because what I didn't know, unbeknownst to me, was that people used to come into the pub and use that phone, people who couldn't afford their own phone. You know, going back, to have a telephone was big money, big money. So that was the phone for the estate. If you was in Jamaica and you needed a call or somebody had passed or whatever, that was the phone. And my sister was more worried about what was going to happen to the people on the estate because the phones were changing. Neville, more often than not, would be sent out to somebody, go and find such and such a body, or one of the big people that was working in there. So when we talk about community, you are part of that, you're that fabric, you're the thing that makes it work. And if there's anything I want you to take away from today is that wonderful thing that you've all had a great experience with my sister. I won't know what it is, but you've all had at least one, that's why you're here. I want you to take away that experience. I want you to do something good with it. You don't have to get a wonderful job. You don't have to go and get a grant. You don't have to get permission for anybody. You just have to have a kind heart and do it. Because that's what my sister did.
Well,
thank you.
Yeah, this church is very special. This is the church that we used to come to, Sunday school. This Monson Street used to go all the way to Denmark Road. And then you had Carter Street. And all the way, everything, you can't put everything in eulogy, in what do they call it? Eulogy. That's why she's standing here with me. The next generation, you understand me? Yeah, technology. Anyway, and then across the road we used to have a street where the school is, called Park Street, that we grew up in. So we had our Errol and Trevor and Dorothy, used to give her a hard time. But then growing up, because this is what I remember, we used to go to the Bennetts family. And the life we lived, we learned the baker was in that house, the cooks were in that house, everything was going on in that house. And you know what we had to have? Guess. Mr. Guess. Manners and respect. Hello? Manners and respect. And I really believe that's the way it should be. Anyway, I just like to talk. Yeah, Sheeno, my love, I say. You see this funeral that you are? I can honestly say this is a funeral of love. L-O-V-E. And love is very serious. See, when you love the Almighty that lives in each and every one of us, we all have the light. whether we believe it or not. If you feel you have to go to church to find the light, your business. Him said 11 o'clock on a Sunday morning. All right? Which is good. Right? No. Hey, you get a lie in. Look, am I wrong, Tingsy? But no, seriously. My sister was such a good soul. We've never had a problem. I'm not saying we've never argued, you know. We've never had a couple of fights. Growing up, you do that. But as adults, she was so good to me, as my sister said. You know, she worked. She's always worked. Don't think she just find pub and club. No. She worked. She was a secretary in town. Yeah, Jonas Woodhead. And she used to get me jobs there in the 6-week holiday, training me, you know, going for work, make some money. Yes, sir. And she used to work as well before that in a grocery shop on Princess Road that doesn't exist. Agnes, yes? I'm telling you. So the people in here today, I can tell each and every single one of you, we're all connected. We are so all connected. Because if you don't breathe, you die. And we don't share it, but we share it. This is how connected we are. My sister, I was with her when she took her last breath. Won't we, Mandy? So many of us here were. She didn't make a sound. She was in no pain. And I thought to myself, that must be very beautiful. And she summoned all her family together. They came from Bradford, Birmingham, London. She summoned the family to come and she spoke to everybody. You know what she was saying? Stick together. It's about the love. And I want everybody to know, my nephews and nieces, I salute you. It's okay, my sister. I couldn't say anything wrong about them. Yes, it's their mother. I know that, but it don't always go the way you think it's gonna go. But I witness it. So all of you here, I'm telling you, you're all beautiful. Whether you think you're not, me are telling you today no good. You've got health, you've got strength. Be nice, don't let nobody get you out. If somebody's not into you, go about your business. We've all got a choice. And our choice must be, let our love shine and make our light shine. Don't let nobody take it away from you. And that's all I'm saying. My sister was my everything. And I've got no one to phone now and go on with myself. And I need to leave one more thing again. One thing I loved about her is when we sat together to eat, because we always ate as a family. Trio, sisters, them, the pitney, them, the grandpitney, them, the children and the grandchildren. She never spoke about anybody. She never says, guess what? And you know that one, and you know, she has never put anybody down, regardless of the things she was going through. And she went through some things, trust me. But you know what? She would never allow anybody to deter her. She was always there for the people. That's why she kept going the way she kept going. I tell him to left for something long time. I said, I left for something long time, but she was for the people. And for these few words now, I'm just leaving you with love. Stay strong. Don't cry too much. I'm trying not to, but if you have to, please do. Okay? Love is all.
Raheem, Therese, where's Zenon?
Hi everyone. Thanks for coming today. For the ones that don't know me, I'm living with son. That's our this grandson Raheem. My grandma Bobby just out today. And some of the last words she said to me was to look after and stick with my two younger cousins, which is why I brought Dewey's Neville's son and Zena and David's son. Grandma meant a lot to all of us, and we all meant a lot to Grandma. Grandma would often brag about having 3 grandboys, which would follow with a story of her mum wanting a boy, especially as her which followed with a story of her mum wanting a boy, especially as her mum, Amy, had 3 girls but always wanted a boy. So to Grandma having 3 grandboys was extra special. She loved us all for different reasons. She loved to play Monopoly and Ludo with me and Dewey's, and she found Dewey's hilarious. She loved him when he would win the games and would do WWE poses. But she also liked it when he lost because it would get bad. I should start laughing at him and it'll get even more, and he'll get more bad and she'll start laughing even more. She loved our holidays with me, Dewey's and Kimika. We went to Spain, Turkey, and would always go to the beach. She was in awe of Zena from before he was born. And when he was born, she would say, Zen, my little Jen. She was with him pretty much every day of his life. And when she wasn't, she'll be on FaceTime. She loved watching him dance, grow and learn new things. And when he would mash up the house, she would laugh and call him demolition contractor. I would refer to a story that when Kevin was young, him and when he used to mash up the house too. I mean, not him, yeah. Grandma was the strongest person I know, physically and mentally. She never gave up. I knew this from very early on. In primary school, we would always be asked to use our role model. I could never ever pick anyone. Everyone would always pick footballers or singers, but however, every time I would pick my grandma. I looked up to her so much. People would say I was my grandma's handbag. We used to go everywhere together. She used to take me to swimming every Friday. We would go cash and carry after that. And I would time her because she was always long. So I'd tell her to go and get the right woman spirits, and I would go and pick up the Lucozade and all them things. She was my biggest supporter, my guider, my best friend who shaped me into the man I am today. And I feel privileged to be her grandson. Thanks for listening.
The video.
Hi everybody. Do you know what? Guess what? I've lost my handbag. I've lost my phone in my handbag with my speech in it. But guess what? I'm just gonna free it because it's my mum and I can. My mum was absolutely amazing. I never had to travel to school. From the age of 3, when I was going to school, I never used public transport really to go to school or to get collected or anything like that. My mum used to take us. She'd be running all the businesses, but she used to take me and Neville and Amy when she came after, to take us all to school religiously. And if she didn't, guess what she'd do? She'd call Sharty, or she'd call Coswin, or she called any of them taxi mans then that was around us in the family, and they would pick us up. Okay? As I said, and that was from the age of 3 up to the 18. So how amazing is that? That's amazing. Mum was great because she was selfless in everything that she gave us. She exposed us to so many different things and different environments and different people and places. I mean, me and Neville and Amy, we've all been going out in Cheshire from the age of 5 and 6, and back in the 80s, that's a different level. That was unheard of for black kids, and we did it, and we were doing it, and yeah, it was lovely. And we'd come back into the area, into the community, with all of you, and we'd have the same love and passion as we were there, and it helped us be the people that we are today, that we can move in all environments and be kind and lovely to everybody. There's no barrier. There is no barrier with anybody. We can go anywhere. Any one of us can go anywhere you want to go. So yeah, Mum was great. As Raheem said, she was my biggest supporter. I had piano lessons. If I come home from school, I said, Mum, I want to go skiing. She looked at me and go, no, Lavinia, you're not going skiing. I go, well, yeah, Mum, why do you want to go skiing? Every year I asked her. Anyway, one year she said, you can go skiing, Lavinia. She paid the deposit. And then I turned around and said, Mum, guess what? I went, I don't want to go skiing. I'm afraid of the cold. And I said, Mum, I don't want to go skiing. I want to go to Spain. And I want to do the Spanish exchange and go to Spain. And Mum embraced it because that meant inviting another person, another young teenager into the house and showing them the way we live in England. And Mum didn't flinch, and she said, yeah, and we did that. And I went to Spain, and they came to stay at our house. The house was always open for all of us and our friends. As I said, I'm not going to keep this too long because there's too much I can say about this lady here. But she was truly, truly amazing, and I'm at peace. The reason why I'm at peace is because I know that my mum, she's no longer breathless. Because as Auntie Rose said, she was in no pain. And she was in no pain. She just literally, she was elegant in everything that she did up to the last time, her last days, her last hours. Elegance and class. That was my mum. I don't think I need to say much more after that. But thank you all for coming today. And we're going to have a beautiful day. And thank you, okay? And I love you, Neville, Amy, Zenon, Raheem, Derice, all of my cousins. My cousin, about yo in church. Sorry. Oh, you there? I didn't even know he was there. Basically, all of my family have been great. From if they live round the corner or if they live far. All of my cousins have been great, and far that could be London, Sunderland, Jamaica, Canada. I've got my cousins here from Canada, yo. They've come down, and that's because when my father died, another story, I got shipped off to Canada. I was only 7, and I got shipped off to Canada to stay with my family in Canada, and they're here today, and that's just a blessing in itself. Do you know what I mean? It's a lot, and as I said, my mum worked hard. And she looked after us all, going through the loss of my father and raising me and Neville as she did and the way she did on her own and running the businesses. My mum was amazing. Anyway, I'll leave you with that. Thank you. Bye.
Hi, I'm Pat's niece, I'm Mandy's daughter. And I'm probably not the person that should be doing a speech because my cousins know I'm the crier. So I'm gonna keep it together because everyone else has done a really good job. But I sent Auntie Pat, she'd been ill, and I'm a very big believer that you have to tell people how you feel about them while they're there. Don't bring flowers when it's too long and then they're already gone. You do all of that things while they're there so you appreciate them and that you care about them. Auntie Pat, for me, and I think a lot of people in my family will agree, she was the balance. She was the balance between her sisters. She was the balance in our family. She was the calming effect.
because as you can see, my mum and my Auntie Rose, they have their own different personalities. So us as kids, if we were having issues with our mums and stuff, sometimes you'd go and speak to Auntie Pat, and she would always be very diplomatic, very in the middle. She wasn't judgmental, and she would always give a very guiding hand to you, one that was always about, even if you've got an issue with this person, we're family, we come back to family, we deal with each other as family. My cousins, we were brought up by a matriarchal family, really. We've got very strong women, and Auntie Pat was at the head of that, especially after losing her mum very young. They all lost their mum very young, and they all took their roles in helping mould and raise us. They never left each other to get on and raise the kids on their own. Auntie Pat didn't just pick up her kids from school, she picked us up from school, often late. They used to want me to sit in the office, and I'd be like, listen, she's gonna be late, but my auntie's coming, I know she's coming. And she'd always be the last person to event, but also the last to leave. So if we was doing something, Christmas, Auntie Pat's there till 5, 6 o'clock in the morning, everyone else has gone to bed, she's still there. She's still participating. And one of my things that I'm gonna do, because like Lavinia said, you know, when she summoned all of us together, her thing was about keeping us together, being family, being strong for one another, and continuing our traditions. And when you go out of your family, sometimes you will experience other people, and a lot of times, I always felt blessed to come back to my family, to see how together we were, to see how supportive we were to each other, how we had each other's backs, and that's only been because we've had 3 very strong women that have guided us, that have moulded us, that have made sure we know we've got each other's backs. And Auntie Pat has been at the centre of that. She was the closest sibling to my Auntie Rose, and she was the closest sibling to my mum, and she was the anchor between them two. And I know now that those two have got to be the anchor for themselves and for everyone else, because I know she's handing over that baton to us, and I know that they're gonna run strong with it. But my thing is, I am gonna be there for my family, as I have been, as Auntie Pat has been, and I'm not gonna cry. I'm just sucking up the emotion. Right. Ooh. So I'm gonna take a lead from Auntie Pat. I'm gonna try and be calmer, because everyone knows I'm quick to some stuff, but I'm gonna try and take that more of an approach. And believe it or not, we give her an opportunity to chat your business when she was ill and ready to go, and she said nothing to none of us. We give her an opportunity, she wasn't doing it. She just wanted to talk about the love and stuff. And I think going forward as a family, that's all we're going to do, is hold her memory close to us. I did actually write something, because I know I'm rambling a little bit now, but it was all over the place. But I'm just going to go forward and make sure that I'm supporting my Auntie Pat's family, not just the wider family, but I think it's important that, you know, to call out for my cousins. I'm not going to call their name, because that's probably what's going to make me fall. He's done your mum good. You looked after her well. You've got good grandchildren. And she couldn't ask for any more, because he's done good. You've done well, Neville, Amy, and Raheem. Zenon, Darish, you've all done amazing. You've done my Auntie Pat proud. You loved her, you supported her. No questions asked. The stuff that they've done as kids, I don't see some people doing that for their parents. I did call your name, did I call your name? Lavinia, sorry Lavinia. Sorry. No, I'm done for now. But I'll say as well, Amy and Neville are very stoic like my Auntie Pat. Very strong, and I know they're going to carry that part of her forward. You're going to carry the fun side, but
Neville and Amy, they're the strength, as is Raheem. Raheem, you've been brilliant, and we've always talked about you, how proud we are of you. You was good to me. And I'm not going to cry now, and I'm going to wrap it up by saying, you know, we're all going to love and miss her, and we're grateful for everyone that's come, the prayers, the support from our cousins, and I really hope after today, please don't just come to the funeral and then the day is gone. Make sure you're checking in on them and in each other, because that's when things really start to hit. When the day-to-day goes and you're not in your routine and that person's not there anymore, check in on each other, check in on my cousins, check in your friends, people that you've come to support, because that's what it's about, being there for each other. And the same way that my Auntie Pat was there for everyone else, I just hope that we can all give each other that same support. But my ramble's over now, but thank you for coming, everyone.
I think we have a tribute song now. Sylvia? You're Sylvia. Hello.
Hello. It's sensitive. I just want to say that, I mean, I'm trying not to cry too. Pat was definitely our community. I mean, my son, he's the baby, I've got a few kids. He got to do his video, you know, and that's like rap music. He got to do it at Pat's place. And he was really proud because she gave him free range to do whatever he wanted within that video, and this is the generation after us, so she was still serving the community, for even the children, you know. So I'm just going to sing something. This is for you, Pat. Tell me what does it look like in heaven? Is it peaceful and free like they say? Does the sun shine bright forever? Has your fear and your pain gone away? 'Cause here on earth it feels like everything good is missing since you left. And here on earth everything is different. There is an emptiness. Oh, I know you're dancing in the sky, and I know you're singing with the angels choir, and I know the angels know what they have. I bet it's so nice up in heaven since you arrived. Tell me, what do you do up in heaven? Are your faith filled with love and light? Is there music? Is there art and invention? Tell me, are you happy and more alive? 'Cause here on earth it feels like everything good is missing since you left. And here on earth everything is different. There is an emptiness. And I know the angels know what they have. I bet it's so nice up in heaven since you arrived. I know you're good, Pat. Know you'll be dancing in the sky. And I know you'll be singing with the angels choir. And I know that the angels know what they have. I bet it's so nice up in heaven since you arrived. Since you arrived in the sky. I know you're looking down on all of us, and you're with the Lord, singing with the angels, dancing to the sound. I bet it's so nice up in heaven since you arrived. Since you arrived.
Have you got any vacancies, Emmanuel Choir? Sylvia, thank you, that was incredible. Two more? No, some more tributes. Gary and David Bennett and nephews.
Sensitive, isn't it? Yeah, it's okay. We can't sit down like this. We're going to do a song now to follow that. Okay. Before going to my speech, just listening to the tributes brings back lots of memories for me. Just listening to, I'm Pat's brother, believe it or not. Okay, so so listening to some of the stories, especially from Rose, you know, I thought I was great, especially when the Nile Club was open and they had the front line, and I was a young lad going on the front line, and as a 15-year-old, 14, 15-year-old, knocking on the Nile's door and was able to get in. That was fantastic for me. You know, I had some great memories in Moorside Youth Club. And for me then, it was fantastic. And especially mentioning Rosie's name. Now, a lot of you might remember, if you mention Rosie's name, it was okay, because Rose could fight anybody. Still can. So that was my sort of backup. You know, if I ever got into any trouble or anybody, I used to just mention Rosie's my sister. But I was lucky enough that keeping in contact with my sister, and she wasn't very well, and I was able to go down on the Sunday before she passed away. And it was great. I could have made other excuses because I travelled a long way from the northeast. And it weren't the best of weathers. I could have easily have said, I'm not going. But this Sunday morning I said, I'm coming down. And I went down and got to the house. And she wasn't well. She was basically asleep. And for some unknown reason, you know, is there, she must have heard our voice. And she sort of come back to life. She had a smile on her face because you could hardly hear her speaking at that time. But for some unknown reason, she came and she found a voice. And she started to smile. She was even eating. She was smiling. And before I even went back to the northeast, this just sums her up. she called us all into the room. She got us all around the bed. And this just sums the woman up. And she said, and she was speaking, she had a voice, and she said, I want you all to stick together, look after each other. You know, we're family. And unfortunately, obviously on the Wednesday, we lost her. And that just sums up what my sister's all about. I just got a few words I just want to speak. Hello family, friends and all. I would like to thank you all for attending and watching from all over the world the funeral of my sister Patricia. To my sister Pat, you were the light that shone from the earliest days I can remember. You held warmth that people noticed. You had a gift of making people happy, loved and belonging. Your compassion and fairness were such that people trusted you, leaned on you, and things were going to be made better because of you. That's the legacy you leave. We will miss the sound of your voice, your laughter, and your understanding. May you now rest in peace from pain. This is not a goodbye. It's see you later with all my love. Thank you for being my sister. Thank you.
Well, I'm the other half, David. As you can see, I've not written no speech. Everything here today has been said. Just everyone turning out just shows how much respect, how you feel about her. Like my brother said, we had to get down to see her. She called the family on that Sunday to get down to see her. I didn't make it, but I made it on a Tuesday. I had to see her. That's how much she meant to me. And when we did see her, it was about 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon. She smiled, knew that we were there. And by the time I got back to Nuneaton, Birmingham, she had passed away. It makes me very humble to think probably my sister was holding on for me. And today, to see you people out here showing her so much respect, pride, the tributes will go on today, tomorrow, next week, next year, and she deserves it in more ways than one. I'd just like to say thank you to everyone today.
Greetings, everyone. For those who may not know me, my name is Michael, one of Auntie Pat's many nephews. I'm still coming to terms with the fact that I won't see her again. It's a strange and heavy feeling. My heart goes out to my cousins, her children, Neville, Lavinia and Amy. My heart also goes out to my mum, Rose, and Auntie Mandy, her sisters. Auntie Pat was the matriarch of our family, the glue that held us all together. She was the one that organised family events, family dinners, and made sure that none of us went without. She was a special soul and my first true example of black excellence. Kind-hearted, graceful, and always carrying herself with dignity. She was a woman of the community, created a space where everyone felt welcome, providing a home for those who didn't have one, and offering herself fully to others. When I was a young boy, Auntie Pat gave me my first job, and Daniel, and I would help her with tasks around the pub and join her on the cash and carry runs every Saturday. Auntie Pat shaped my character and made me into the man I am today. Those memories are precious to me. Her passing is a reminder of how short and fragile life is. We often think we have time, but we really don't. So love unconditionally now. Forgive now. Strengthen your connections with the Most High now, as tomorrow is not promised. Rest easy, Auntie Pat. You are now one with the ancestors.
Hello, I think it's good afternoon now. I'm Daniel. I'm Auntie Pat's, again, one of many nephews. As Mike has described, every Saturday, crushed cans, went cash and carry. And around about Christmas time, I was a favourite. I'm not going to lie to you. So I did this rendition of the 12 Days of Christmas, and it was great, it was hilarious. And every time we'd always come round for Christmas time, and she said, do the song, do the song, do the song. And I'd look like a right tit. But she'd laugh and she'd champion me on, and no. However, I have composed a poem. Earlier this year, she just encouraged me to write and perform more. And she said, you have a gift, and just tend to your gift. It might not be every day, but tend to it. You're a gift in yourself. So I made this in honor of her, called Last Orders. Last orders for the warmth of the western sun. Last orders for her son and 2 daughters. Last orders, the cost, your love, our love, is only love for the woman who wore the mighty crown of our community and was simply the best. Yes, I said it, simply the best, with a mega sound of, am I alright? Let him in. When I'm stood at the door and the punters are bargaining, you don't know me? Me family, ask Miss Pat. Me, ask Amy, Lavinia, Neville, and Sister Rose. I look at them and I pause. But you don't know me or my mum. Who? They hoot like an owl. The other one? Yes, the other one. I'm her nephew. I'm the ray of her nephew who will protect her grandsons. Last orders for the one who made meandering throughout the community an art like traveling constellation. Bradford, Birmingham, London, Blackpool, just a list of destinations. Miss Pat, my Auntie Pat, who said, we'll just be 20 minutes. But 3 hours later, we're here. Chat after chat after chat. It was only supposed to be 20 minutes. My patience has reached its Nutbush city limits. She quelled my impatience with a patty from Albino's and a dumpling, and showed me and taught me it really meant something. To be part of something bigger than the individual. To embark on togetherness. To lean on each other, be strong for each other, seek out each other. With the classic warmth of a southern comfort, I don't want to lose you. But last orders for the warmth of the western sun. Thank you.
Thank you. Which is Rose? Are you Rose? I know where to come if I've got some bother. Well, we're going to sing again. A wonderful hymn. I've not sung it for a long time. When the roll is called up yonder, again, I hope you're going to make a good noise, Moss Side, and Bradford and Birmingham and everywhere else. And we're going to be led by the Emmanuel Singers again. Thank you. Please take a seat. So we carry on with some more tributes. Sharon and Jeffrey, Paul Hilton and Edley Simmons do come to the front.
Hi everyone, greetings. My name is Sharon. I am first cousin to Mandy, Pat, Rose, and my mum is Auntie Vera. And what I'd like to say today is just some reflections that I've had over the last couple of weeks. Is that we spent a lot of time as children. This is my brother, by the way. He'll introduce himself in a moment. A lot of time in Pat's home as children, Rose, Mandy's home as children with their mum. When Auntie Val, their mum, Amy, took sick, my mum moved to be closer to their mum to help care for them as children and to support Pat. And so we practically grew up together in the same home. And lots of memories come back about the family, not least Auntie Val, but Mandy, Pat, Rose. And
I sort of think that, I mean, one of the things that came to mind was Pat and Rose shared a bedroom in the attic bedroom in Islington Street, which Rose mentioned earlier is now not there. And they had loads of posters on the wall, and they, in all that time, I'd never really observed any sort of sibling rivalry. They had banter, and they would joke and get on really well, and so too with Mandy. And one of the things that really stood out for me was that Rose was into a Michael Jackson continuously, and they would banter about that. Because at that point, Pat was into Rod Stewart, and it was always, you know, the song "If You Like My Body, If You Think I'm Sexy." So anyway, so that was a really memory. And also, when I sort of grew, we moved. Eventually, our family moved to Bradford and got connected more to our cousins in Bradford. And then from there, I came back to Manchester when I was a teenager, because jobs and college and everything just wasn't working out for me in Bradford. And I lived with them again for a period of time. And Pat, to me, as a child, I saw them more as teenagers, but as an older person, and Pat's not really that much in difference in age as we get older. And but as a child, she was, at that point, Pat was very much the sort of matriarch of the family, and she put me to work, she put Mandy to work. We worked in the pub, in the shop, and like someone said, that was the first job that I had ever had, which actually helped me when I moved back to Bradford again and needed a job. Went for a waitress job, and they said, well, we need bar work. And I was so glad that she gave me that experience, because I was able to get a job, and I then served behind the bar. So sort of fast forward, coming back again over the years, it is the hub. Pat's house has always been the hub of going, and so welcoming. Her children are a credit to her. They've embodied who she is. Always got time for you, always got something nice, always welcoming. Even coming off the motorway late at night, and they put you up, and it's just a marvellous family to be around, and to be honoured that I am part of that family and the wider family. One of the things I wanted to say as well is that my mum, Auntie Vera, due to ill health, she really wanted to be here. She was here a couple of weeks ago and spent her last 2 weeks with Pat and the rest of the family. And but through a lot of pressure on her heart, has caused her not to be able to come and travel again, the distance from London to here. And I asked her, is there anything you'd want me to say on behalf of your relationship with Pat? And she said, one of the things that, they've always been close. Pat rings my mum practically every single day to see how she is. They'd spend a long time talking about Meghan Markle, the Queen, and what's the husband called? Prince Harry, and they would just go on and on and on, and lots of other conversations, more to keep her company, but because they have that bond and that connection, and my mum's like a second mum to them. So one of the things sometimes as well, when I asked her what she wanted to say, she said she's going to miss most of all Pat's smile. Her smile's so beautiful, and she's going to miss that laugh. She's got such a contagious laugh. She's going to miss that, and basically, there's so much to say, but I'm not going to hold that up. So I want to make just another point in remembrance of my older brother Patrick. Patrick passed in 2018, and the reason I'm bringing Patrick up is because he was named after Pat. Pat actually named him. My mum was looking for names at the time, and Pat wasn't happy with any of the names she was coming out with, and she just said, Auntie Vera, you have to name him Patrick. And with that, my mum named him Patrick. So that's how much and how close they are as sort of auntie and niece. And I think that's it in terms of credit. There's just one little thing I just wanted to say, that in terms of, it was just something I came across, and I just wanted to say, remember me in your thoughts and your memories of the times we loved, the times we cried, the times we fought, the times we laughed. For if you always think of me, I will always be in your heart. So, thank you. That's what I wanted to say.
So I've written a few words about my cousin Pat, and she also named me Jeff, which is the family name, and I'll say something about that in a moment. So our beloved cousin Pat has now passed and moved on to sit, walk, laugh, and run with the ancestors. She will have many stories to tell and share with our family. The words that come to mind when I think of Pat: a family, strong, intelligent, entrepreneurial, driven, courageous, community, and caring. I start with the end, which in many ways typifies the beginning of a life well lived. She was a blessing, and for us, we were blessed for knowing her. I can see her now at Shemaiah and Gareth's recent wedding, wanting to be there and wanting to embrace. No, not embrace, but grabbing hold of everything that life has got to give. She had that Pat smile. She was present and being in the moment. It was as if she was saying to us all, don't just show up, be there, be in the moment. It was a whirlwind end of 2024 that went into 2025 for Pat and for other members of the family. She attended Prince's funeral, Zenon's christening, my birthday party, Sinead's wedding, Mum's birthday. Her life in her last year could have made a good sequel to 4 Weddings and a Funeral. My first memory of Pat was a photograph smiling and proud in her school uniform on the mantelpiece in Heslington Street. I remember that picture because of the confidence she had in her eyes and an assuring look of what laid ahead. I believe it was her mother who regaled about how many O-levels she had. So I want to share for me an embarrassing story which I've never shared about how I came to have this family name, Jeff. Mandy's face is like, what? What is going to be revealed? It was Pat who named me. My real name is Lowell. Oh, don't start calling me Lowell after 60 years of calling me Jeff, by the way. I asked my mum, why am I called Jeff? Reluctantly, she told me, when you were born, you were so ugly that when the doctor handed you to me, I said, oh, where you get this ugly Jeffers from? Pat said, you can't call him that, just call him Jeff. My mum did say that I had turned into a beautiful swan, but I told her it was too late. It was too late to withdraw it. Anyway, thanks Pat for sparing me for being called Jeffers. Pat was a trailblazer. She was perhaps the first woman, and definitely the first black woman, to own and manage several businesses in Manchester, and I dare say the country, in the late 70s. She took over responsibility of running these businesses from her late husband, Ruddy. When Auntie Val died, Pat just instantly stood up and took the reins as the lead of the family. Manchester, in many ways, became the home for the wider family. The Western was a beacon, pulsing, calling out to us. In the 80s, the cousins from Bradford and London would often go to the Western quite a lot. And there was Pat, always welcoming us with a smile. It really didn't matter how busy she was always glad to see us. Although Pat spent a lot of her time at the Western, family still came first. she arranged the one and only family get-together where family members from all over the country came together and introduced their families. It was the promise of us all meeting up together once a year or regularly, but life has a way of getting in the way. Pat has passed and now takes a well-deserved rest. Let's continue to remember her and speak her name, because we truly never die if we are spoken of by the people we loved and those that loved us. Sleep well, Pat. Love from your cousin, Jeff, Sharon, and all the family. Thank you.
Good afternoon, church. I know what you're thinking. What's the funeral director doing up there? You're talking away. But the reason for this is, earlier this year, I was summoned to Pat's house to talk about the event, what would happen today. And whilst I was there, she was coming up with all these weird and wonderful things she wanted to happen on the day of a funeral, and I'm just going, yeah, Pat, you'll be all right. So, obviously, the day came that Pat had passed away, and I turned up at the house, and immediately said to the girls, oh my God, I've told her we'll do all of this, and got no idea how we're going to do it. I said, has anything else changed? And they went, yeah. I said, what's that? I said, you've got to talk at the funeral. So, and now you can't get out of it, can you? Because Pat's not here to argue with. But I first met Pat about 25 years ago, and I was a funeral director at Leach's on Princess Road, and I worked alongside, do you remember Fred Ruddock, that used to do all the funerals for Leach's? And I worked alongside Fred, and Pat knocked on the door at Leach's and said she wanted to have a chat with me. So I said, what have I done? So she come in and she said, you know, I've been observing you on funerals. So I said, all right. So she says, I think you'll be all right. I think you'll be all right, but you need to follow the route, what Fred tells you to do. But I think you'll be all right. And I think that was her way of sort of saying, you know, you'll be all right in this community. So I'm glad I listened to her. But originally I had to ask Fred who she was, because I had no idea. So I said, who's this woman, Fred? And he went, she's the landlady. She didn't tell me where, didn't tell me anything else. I said, yeah, but said, she's just a landlady. So as far as I was concerned, that's who she was. She was the landlady, and you had to listen to what she was saying. So anyway, as time went by, Pat and I became friends. I understood where she was the landlady of. And she used to ring me up and go, have you got such a buddy's funeral, Paul? I say, yeah. She said, have you told him to come back here for the repast? I said, of course I have, Pat, definitely. I hadn't, but I had to tell her I had. I can hear her saying it now, you know, in my mind's eye. I can hear her saying it. But she was such a community figure, though. Whether you went back there for the repast or not, she was just a community figure, and obviously pulled many pints and served many rare nephews for people over the years. And sadly, when she started to get unwell, you could see it. Not by what she was saying or what you do, but in her eyes, really. When you looked in her eyes, you could see there was something not quite right, and it was a bit upsetting to see her like that. Anyway, I got the call that day to say she'd passed, and we went round, and she looked so peaceful, and just asleep, and Rose was there, and people were there, and we was, you know, I went in to see her and said goodbye to her. And I think she'll be looking down on us today, thinking, the family and myself, saying, well, put all those, you know, obstacles in your way and all these tasks for you to do. And I think she'll look down and say, well done, family, you have done this, you've done what I wanted, the blue card, the drummers, you know, everything that we've done up to this point, I think should be looking down and saying, well done. So, just to finish, on the wall in my funeral home, I've got a quote that says, "The best things in life are the people that we love, the places we've been, and the memories that we've made along the way." And I think that's true, and that's how I think about Pat. So I feel blessed to have met Pat. I feel blessed to have been asked to stand up and do this. So sleep well, Pat, and take your rest. You deserve it. Thank you.
We on commission, Paul, with the repassing. You said she was just a landlady. She were also Rosie's sister. She were not. I did say to Paul just before he spoke, I said, I looked at my watch and I said, "You haven't got a sweat on, have you yet?" And he said, "Well, it's gone on a bit longer than we thought at this point." He said, "I've got to manage the open tributes. I don't quite know what that means." Is there anybody who wants to come to the front and give a very brief open tribute? Adley? I think that were an order, Adley. Speak directly into the microphone, it's quite sensitive. Keep it short. As Paul said.
Good afternoon. Right, well, we're here to celebrate Pat's life. Yes, I worked with her for a long time. She was an amazing woman. And we had a lot of fun. A lot of arguments on the door, because everybody wants to come in, no one wants to pay. Yeah, she was an incredible woman. Always made sure that she had the money to pay the wages. Sometimes she just say, "Adley, what are we going to do? There's not a lot of people in today. What's happened?" I said, "Pat, they keep on asking for you." So it went on like that. Yeah, we had 23 years I worked with her. It was a long time. Sometimes I didn't want to come in. Sometimes I thought, wow, I have to go in. Now, as I said, I went to see her about 4 weeks ago at the house. I just looked at her and she was just laughing. And I said, "Well, Pat, I'm going to Ghana in November. But when I come back, I'll be back in December and I'll come and see you." She said, "Yeah, okay, Adler." And you know what? I said, "Pat, I'll come and see you in a couple of weeks." Unfortunately, it never happened. So I had to change my ticket. Since then, a lot of things happened. I don't know, some of you might think I've gone missing. But hey, I'm here today. Long story. I'm not dead, my phone went dead. Hey, that's what happens. Your phone goes off for one day, the whole world is looking for you. Still looking at people are looking at me, "Wait till I see you later on." I've got a lot of answering to do. But you know what? Pat, if she would have heard what happened, she would say, "You know what? It's only Adley." You know what I mean? But anyway, a lot of lovely people. You know what? She was a queen of heart. She was a queen of heart. Mama Weston. Right? That's what people used to call her, Mama Weston. I got called names, but there's one thing I always used to remember about the Weston. I know what Amy's going to say. Right? She loved her children. She was very, very protective over her children. Don't say anything wrong about their children or you've got something to answer for. That was Pat. Right? Especially Neville. Neville was her golden boy. Golden boy. You can't say one thing wrong to Pat about Neville. That was Pat. Neville, you are blessed. And you know what, Amy, Lavinia, you are blessed too, to have a mother like that. You know what? Last week when I went missing, it makes you wonder how people care about certain people. I didn't know how much I was loved by a lot of you here. And you know what? It's amazing, right? And you know what? We're all blessed. All blessed. But there's one thing I would like to always say. One particular thing, it was Pat's 60th birthday. So, I think someone's going to remember this, just laughing. So, I came to work, I said to Ruth, "Oh, Ruth, I've left the cards and everything for Pat." She said, "We can go to Asda and go and get a card and some bits and bobs." I said, "Yeah, go on, let's go to Asda." So, got to Asda. The next minute, I thought, got everything. We said, "Oh, we need to go and get a present for Pat." So, I said, "What can we get her for?" So Ruth said, "Get a microwave. Let's get a microwave." Okay, we'll go and get a microwave. Went upstairs, got the microwave. Came to the checkout point. When I realized I've left my wallet at home. Oh. So Ruth said, "Well, I've only got a tenner." I said, "Oh my God, what are we going to do?" So she looked at me and said, "Pay for that." She said, "What?" "Lend me that £10, we'll pay for the card, we'll pay for the little balloons, I think. What about the microwave?" "Don't worry about it." So what did I do? Picked up the microwave and walked out of Asda. That's me all over. We got to the pub and we said, "Pat, this is from the staff." So yeah. So many more things I could say. I could go on and go on and go on. We'll be here till next week. And you know what? She's always late, whatever. Even when we used to start work. We used to start work at 10:30. Pat will come 11:10. Sorry, I'm late. But never mind. Anyway, I would like to say it was a tribute working with Pat. She was like a mother, a sister, and most of all, she was my boss. Thank you for your life, your generosity, and getting to know you. So anyway, may I say, may she rest in peace. She'll never be forgotten. She's the Queen of Heart, and also she was Mama Weston, as we all know. So can we all stand up and give her a clap?
Lock the doors, call the police. Is there anybody else who would like to come to the front and share some memories and heed the advice that keep it short? Because everybody's been going in and out to the toilet and I'm dying to go.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. I just had to come up here because if my mum was here, she would be here. And if you know my mum, Beatrice, she used to have a lot of parties at the Westin. And I remember as a child, Pat coming into my mum's house. And I could hear laughing downstairs and cursing and carrying on. And I heard this woman say, "Beatrice, shut up your mouth." And my mum was saying, "Never mind you." And when I come down, I looked at this woman, I thought, who's this woman? This was before my mum used to have the parties. I didn't really know her. And as I got older, my mum was having parties. You knew my mum, every week my mum would have a party. And Pat was always there. She was always at our house, sometimes just passing through, and the laughter, what I used to hear her and my mum. So a couple of months ago, I knew Pat was ill because nephew Daniel came to me. I own Pull Up Bar restaurant, and he said, "Auntie, can I say something for my auntie?" And I says, "Well, what's wrong?" And he told me the story. And I was fully booked up, but I made space for Daniel. And he said a poem today, but that's not the poem what he said at Pull Up. And the poem what he said at Pull Up, he had a standing ovation. Pat was there, Mandy was there, his mum. And it was about Pat, and it was about his aunties. It was about Rose, it was about his mum, it was about strong black women. And it was amazing. And the one what you just done today was amazing. And I know you've been going through a hard time, the family and everything like that. But I was honoured that you said that in Pull Up, because the standing ovation and what people did after, you know, when they came to me and said that was a beautiful poem. So I just want to say rest in peace, Pat. And if my mum's there, it's just brought my mum back, because you know the situation with my mum. So just rest in peace, Pat. That's it.
Good afternoon, church. Do I need a tippy toe? It's an honor to be here. I came to this country and I heard of this woman 30 odd years ago. And all I could hear was a strong black woman. And when you hear people like that in yourself, you want to be like that person too. Strong, courage. And looking here today, you see so many people, you know the love that's here today. I'm here today as well. Pat, you hear all these things that she done to people. She offered help to people. And my son-in-law was one of them, and his siblings, because her kids went to the same school. And Pat, he told me, he said to give my love to the family, which I'm doing now. He said there was time when his mom couldn't pick him up, and Pat was the one who picked up him and his siblings. And he remember a lot of things. So I'm here to give thanks. I'm here to say to the family, be strong. I'm going away today with something which I've heard, standing at the back there and listening. Because we have family and we don't roll sometimes together. We have our differences. But love and peace have to reign. And I go away saying peace and love. Rest in peace, Pat. God bless.
Greetings, everyone. Hi. I'm Sonia Malcolm from Heslington Street. This is Paula Gibson. We were all neighbours. We're not all here. The Heslington Street mob is not here. Everyone's not here. But my memory of Pat was, she was a few years older than me. So to me, I was a little girl when Pat was a big woman in my eyes. And a memory that I have of Heslington Street and the families on Heslington Street was like one big family. If Pat's house wasn't open, my mom's house was open. I remember Neville and Rodney, Bevan Gibson were always in my mom's house. Ding dong at the door, open the door, Rodney was standing there. And behind him was Neville. So Heslington Street was a family of families. We all cared for one another. We all did what we had to do for the street. You understand? It was like a family street. Somebody said earlier about everyone helping one another on the street. Now, a lot of you won't know. My dad and Mr. Gibson, if Mr. Gibson wanted anything, Mr. Malcolm, he had to go to Mr. Malcolm to have it done. And that Mr. Malcolm is my dad, and he's here at the minute. But the love that Pat obviously showed everyone here is evident today. And as a young woman myself, you draw inspiration from other women, black, white, or whatever. And I think Pat was one of those that was, to me, a go-getter. She did what she had to do, and she was successful in doing it. So I'm just glad that I was part of her life, and she was part of mine. Thank you.
Hi everyone. It's nice, well, you know, it's good to be here too on this occasion. It's a sad occasion, but also it's an occasion where we have wonderful memories. You know, I remember we grew up together, Pat, Rosemary, Mandy, my sister, late sister Dawnette, and a lot of us on the street. And we got on, we never fought, did we? We never fought. We were in and out of each other's house. I remember once we were playing hide and seek in my house. My mum and dad were out. Pat was there, Rosemary was there. And we thought, we knew what time our parents was coming home, so we could hide and seek, forget about it, and then go home. But somebody lived in our house and they told me, Dad, that we were playing hide and seek in the house. And we got done for that. But, you know, I have wonderful memories of Pat. You know, I remember when she got a car, she gave me a lift in the first car. I remembered when she got married. I remember so much. But the good thing about it is that we had such a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful relationship. We grew up as friends, as family, as sisters. You know, and no matter where we are, no matter how many years have gone by, we still have that closeness. So all I can say is rest in peace, Pat. You were an amazing person and a treasure to our community. God bless you.
We've got another. I can't see Paul. Where's Paul? Are we sweating yet? Are you watching me? Have we got much longer? This is the last one.
Good afternoon, church. My name is Francis Macedo, and I don't usually do this, but I feel very compelled to say a few words today. First of all, to just say thanks for the life of our community champion, our community queen, our mother, our auntie. For me, she was a major auntie in this community and a sister. As everybody said, a very strong woman. I'm also saying thank you as well on behalf of not just myself, but on behalf of Abyssinian Black Women's Cooperative. As you know, she supported a lot of people in this community, a lot of community groups as well, and that included Abyssinian Black Women's Cooperative. We are our home, where we used to dance, drum, practice, had our costumes. The Western Pub was our home, thanks to Pat, for about 7 years. We were able to do so many different things, as well as collaborate with some of the events that she had. inside there for Black History Month, for example. And again, thanks to just by being in that home, we were able to develop ourselves by way of an invite to Ghana. We ended up performing in Ghana. So I just want to say, blessed love, blessed thanks to you, Pat. Thanks for being our life, part of our life. You've touched so many people in here along the way, and I think we can all take a leaf out of Miss Pat's book by basically the one word, and Miss Rosa said it as well, it's love. Because that's what I've known about Auntie Pat and the whole of their family. It's just pure love. So let's just embrace it, and we give thanks in celebration of Auntie Pat's life. Thank you.
Amen. Paul's been bribed. One more. The last one, I think. I gave him a microwave. So I had to say something today because I've known Pat, what, 20 plus years now. Been at the Western. It's almost as cold as in here today. Is it? Are you sure? I don't think it is, you know. You need to put 50p in that meter, mate. Anyway, as part of the Western boys, that's why I'm here. What I have to say about Pat is working in the Western with Pat, Neville, Amy, Lavinia, and the whole team. Over the years, a lot of people here would have passed through the doors of Western, and you think that in the community we have these places which a lot of us will be like, oh, I'm not go out Western. You know how much time I get out flyers to people like, yo, I'm not go out Western. I'm not go them places, and you'll still see them on a Friday or a Saturday night when they've been to town and them places. I don't go Western, and you end up in the Western. You understand? But Pat fought for that place, you know. It's not little fight that she didn't have and go through council, police, our own people, bad behaviour she put up with, you know what I mean? And sometimes I said to her, you know, Pat, why do you do this? Why are we doing this, Pat? And she's like, it's the people. It's always been that person. You know what I mean? So I have to come here and say them things today because if it wasn't for Pat, like look, what have we got now? What have we got now? Do you know what I mean? What have we got now as our people? She fought for that place, kept us together as community. Whether it be on a Thursday night, Friday night, you might have a little party, a little dance. Sometimes I'd be in there playing music and there'd be 10 people in there. But them 10 people would be on the dance floor having a little laugh and thing. You know what I mean? But what have we got now? People like Pat fought for this community. And we need to do that. Do more of what she did. You understand? Anyway, Paul, that's it. Yeah? Nice one. Rest in peace, Pat. I had to smile when there was a comment about strong black women in the community. You want to try and, as if it's a rare thing. You want to try being the vicar here? I think those are all the tricks. My mum's visiting me at the moment, but you know, I've got that many mums in this congregation, and they're all strong. We're going to stand and sing, I think this is our final hymn, isn't it? Yeah, one of the last hymns that we're going to be singing. This is a real well-known hymn, so do raise the roof. During this hymn, this is the church and the Church of England, we are going to take a collection. Pat did love this place, and when she was free from running pubs and things, she was a member of this congregation and came. Yes, the heating's on, it costs us a fortune to put it on, but unfortunately it's all gone out the door. Please be generous as the plate goes round, and do stand and raise the roof for our final hymn. You hear them? You hear them? In this place, in the name of the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Thank you.
So I've been asked by the family to do the reading of Matthew chapter 5, 1 to 12. And seeing the multitudes, he went up into a mountain. And when he was set, his disciples came unto him, and opened his mouth and taught them, saying, Blessed are the poor in spirit, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. Blessed are they that mourn, for they shall be comforted. Blessed are the meek, for they shall inherit the earth. Blessed are they which do hunger and thirst after righteousness, for they shall be filled. Blessed are the merciful, for they shall obtain mercy. Blessed are they pure in heart, for they shall see God. Blessed are the peacemakers, for they shall be called the children of God. Blessed are they which are persecuted for righteousness' sake, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. Blessed are ye when men shall revile you and persecute you, and shall say all manner of evils against you falsely for my sake. Rejoice and be exceeding glad, for great is your reward in heaven. Thank you.
I came to preach up here so I could see you all. You are... Oh, the microphone. You are all clearly family from what I've heard today. When I went to see Lavinia and Amy and the various people that gathered here, we didn't really talk much about your mum, did we, Lavinia? We didn't really talk much about her. No, we just sat on gassed. We just chatted and giggled. Did a little bit of drawing with Zenon. I felt part of your family. I felt that even though we didn't talk about your mum very much, I'd met her through you. You were her legacy. I wonder if she'd have made sure that when the vicar was coming round, that there'd be fresh milk in the fridge. Though. I had a lovely, nourishing glass of water. Not even a lovely single malt, but I dropped that in last night when you came round. We gather, and I'm going to, you know, I said you'd give me a dilemma. I've not got a sermon on the Beatitudes. The Beatitudes are what we've just heard. And I said I've not got a funeral sermon on the Beatitudes. So I always worry that what I'm going to say resonates. And I absolutely think it does. We gather in a spirit of love and remembrance as we pay tribute to a remarkable woman's life. I often jokingly refer to some people in my congregation as being Moss Side royalty. I think there was somebody said somewhere she'll never receive an MBE or a crown. I think Pat's earned the title of being Moss Side royalty, perhaps even beyond Moss Side. Her impact is evident in the numbers of you that have gathered here today. And I want to say for the close family, just take a look around the room. But I think you are all family. Just take a look around the room and see the faces of all those people that Pat's life has touched, who've come today to show their love and respect. We also heard that she was clearly a people person. I want to add, I think she was also a people pleaser. Is that right? Not just a people person, a people pleaser. Amy and Lavinia, you both told me that right up to her death she was receiving texts from people for her advice and for her counsel. And I said that, at the time, I said that in a way her role in this community was similar often to the role that clergy carry out. A confidant, a safe space, a listening ear. Very much she had that she realised that power of presence in this community and for all of you. And from what I learned when we met and from today's tributes, she was resilient, she was resourceful, and you described her also as a bit of an entrepreneur. Those qualities would make her a perfect choice to seek advice, and no wonder people did. In times of sorrow, we often speak of comfort, guidance and hope, and today we turn to the Beatitudes that we've heard now in our reading from St. Matthew's Gospel. They offer profound wisdom for life's journey, and especially in moments of grief, and are particularly profound when we talk about Pat's life. In the Gospel of Matthew, we find Jesus' teaching there during the Sermon on the Mount, and it begins with a series of blessings describing attitudes of heart and conditions of those who are part of God's kingdom. Blessed are the poor in spirit, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. Here Jesus is not just elevating being poor or poverty, but rather acknowledging the humility and recognition of our need for God. Pat lived a life, I think, marked by that kind of humility, reminding us that true strength comes not from self-sufficiency, but reliance on God's grace. Blessed are those who mourn, for they will be comforted. And as we mourn the loss of Pat, we are encouraged that our grief isn't in vain, because God meets us in our sorrow, offering profound comfort. Pat brought joy and love into your lives, and it's natural that we're going to mourn her absence, but yet in this mourning we're assured that God's presence envelops us, holding us close in our pain. Blessed are the meek, for they shall inherit the earth. Pat exemplified from we had a conversation the other night, Pat exemplified a gentleness and certainly a kindness. She approached her life with an open heart, a willingness to listen, and showing us the beauty that is there in meekness. You told me that people would seek her out at the pub, not for a drink, but simply to see and talk to her. Pat's presence reminded us that true strength is often found in our ability to be compassionate and gentle to one another. Blessed are those who hunger and thirst for righteousness, for they will be filled. Again, you told me that she was passionate about justice, love, and living according to God's principles for this community. She wouldn't stand by, but she'd support and uphold others and go after what is good and inspire others in striving for those things, and encourage us to be advocates of love and compassion in a world that often forgets such values. Blessed are the merciful, for they shall receive mercy. And we're reminded of the countless ways that Pat has extended grace and kindness to you and to others. She understood that mercy is a reflection of God's love, and that to truly honour her memory, we must embody the same spirit of compassion. And blessed are the pure in heart, for they will see God. Pat's heart was clearly filled with integrity and authenticity. Her life was a testament to the beauty of purity, of loving others genuinely and wholeheartedly. And as we navigate our grief, we strive to keep our hearts pure, reflecting her spirit in our thoughts and actions. Blessed are the peacemakers, for they will be called children of God. Pat would have had her role in being a peacemaker. I'm sure of it. When running a pub or being a prominent person in a community, it sort of comes with the territory. It's not about breaking up fights in the pub when people have had too much to drink. It's about listening. It's about reasoning with people before it ever gets to that stage. Always seeking to bridge gaps, foster harmony and bring people together. And in our time of loss, we're called to be peacemakers ourselves, bringing comfort and support to one another and healing our hearts. And finally, Jesus says, "Blessed are those who are persecuted for righteousness' sake, for theirs is a kingdom of heaven." Pat, from what we've heard, faced life and all its challenges with unwavering faith and courage. She stood up for what was right even when it was hard, and she showed resilience and resourcefulness. And in this, she also showed us that the path of righteousness isn't always an easy one, but something to be worked, and in the end, the rewards are there. So as we reflect on that Sermon on the Mount, on the Beatitudes, we allow life to inspire and to challenge us. She's left us a legacy of love, of compassion and faithfulness, and though we grieve, we also celebrate the immeasurable impact she had and will continue to have on our lives. In our mourning, we might find strength in each other and in the promises of God, and I think she taught us that too. We carry Pat's life within us and seek to embody the Beatitudes in our own lives, that remembering that through love, humility and righteousness, we too can experience those blessings of God that Patricia receives today as we commend her into the arms of her Maker and Redeemer in a moment. And so, Pat, may you rest in God's joy and peace. Amen. We come to our time of prayer. During our prayers, the coffin will be prepared, and you are invited to come and pay your last respects. We're running very fast out of time, so I'd ask you to make that as quickly as you possibly can and return to your seats for the prayers of commendation. And so let us pray together now. God of mercy, Lord of life, you've made us in your image to reflect your truth and light. We give you thanks for Pat, for the grace and mercy she has received from you, for all that was good in her life, and for the memories that we treasure today. You promised eternal life to those who believe. Remember for good this your servant Pat, as we also remember her. Bring all who rest in Christ into the fullness of your kingdom, where sins have been forgiven and death is no more. Your mighty power brings joy out of grief and life out of death. Look in mercy on all of us who mourn. Give us patient faith in times of darkness, and strengthen us with the knowledge of your love. You are tender towards your children, and your mercy is over all your works. Heal the memories of hurt and failure. Give us the wisdom and grace to use aright the time that's left to us here on earth, to turn to Christ, to follow in his steps in the way that leads to everlasting life. Lord, in your mercy, hear our prayer. So God of mercy, entrusting into your hands all that you've made and rejoicing in our communion with all your faithful people, we make these prayers through our Saviour, Jesus Christ. Amen. And if you are able, would you join me in praying the words of the Lord's Prayer? Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come. Thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Amen. And so now you are invited to pay your last respects. I suggest that you walk around the coffin, but you'll be guided by Paul and his colleagues.
weeks.
You'll be sitting outside. People want to kill you. They want to say, finally find you. Finally find you, Linda. You're right. Everybody knows.
you could return to your seats as quickly as possible. Thank you. if you could take a seat as we say the final prayers and commendation. If the congregation could please be quiet. Please be quiet for the final prayers. And so if you're able to see a photograph, perhaps on the service sheet, as I say the words of commendation. And so, Pat, go on your journey from this world, carried by the God who made you and loves you. May the homeward path rise to meet you, and may you be welcomed across the threshold and received in love's embrace. For you there is no more death, sorrow, or pain. And so may the company of heaven and all those who have gone before you enfold and keep you in peace, this day and always. You shared your life with others, God giving eternal life to you. You gave your love to others, God did receive love to you. You gave your time to others, God did his eternity to you. In your living you gave such love, joy and delight to those you knew. May God give everlasting life to you. Amen. Saints of God, come to her aid. Hasten to meet her, angels of the Lord. Receive her soul and present her to God the Most High. May Christ, who called you, take you to himself. May angels lead you to the bosom of Abraham. Receive her soul and present her to God the Most High. Eternal rest grant unto her, O Lord, and let their light perpetual shine upon her. Receive her soul and present her to God, the Most High. And so, in peace, we take our sister to her place of rest.
Well, that's why I asked if you were, never mind, it's okay.
For your mercy never fails. All my days I I've been held in your hand from the moment that I wake up. I will sing of the goodness of God. Don't mind that you have been faithful. Don't mind that you have been so
I took your presence for granted, but I always cared. And I miss the love we shared.
You're with me till the bitter end. What we had transcends this experience, too painful to talk about.